Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? I'm sick as fuck. Let's go. Nice. Good morning. Kaputs win again. Yes, they do. Tell me how to feel. How, how do you want to feel? I mean, index positioning continues to look pretty bearish. We are starting to see some neutral positioning coming in, but it's minimal. Still pretty heavily weighted to the 40-50 strike. I imagine we can pull down or back down at market open. We've gone up about $30 on futures in the pre-market. So SPX probably going to open around like the 40-70 range. Upstart not looking very impressive this morning. Let's pull up VIX. NVIDIA pumping alongside Meta here, but I think gamma neutrals up again, 273.91. So still below gamma neutral. I might do some 0 DTE things there. 1 DTE things. We'll see. All right, just tapping 40.80 at market open. I think Meta will continue to drift up for the day. I don't know. I'm probably gonna take some profits on my calls from the strangle now. It seems like the smart thing to do. It's moved up a bit much. And close out my condors. Gamma max on Meta, it's probably ridiculously high because of earnings. I don't actually know if we have Meta. Yeah, we don't actually track Meta because the options data always comes in really fucked up for it. So I'm not sure. How until the market realizes Meta's earnings were really bad and Cat's earnings were really good. None of that matters. It's not. I mean, it's really not about that, right? Like no one. It's just pumping and stuff, right? It's like no one actually gives a shit about the actual earnings. That's why I don't play earnings, right? Unless I'm like neutrally positioned. Like I don't go long or short earnings. And generally speaking, I just stay the fuck away from them entirely because they're unpredictable and they're not driven by fundamentals at all. Meta net profits down 24%. Perfect for a good pump. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look at this morning, right? You have BTU, you have Caterpillar, both not only beating year over year, beating month over month and analyst expectations, right? Both down. And you look at Meta, down 24% year over year, up 15%, right? So it's just bullshit. Fundamentals mean a lot over time. They don't necessarily mean anything in the short term. And I mean, that's the problem, is that people focus on the short term. The straddles don't always do well for earnings, right? I mean, straddles ideally need a large move in one direction. Straddles are better if you expect it not to do a lot, or to like move one way and then the other. All right, let's see here. So a little more, a little more pump here before anything else happens. All right. More tech earnings delusions. I mean, okay, so think about this, right? Like it's so hard to explain to people, and I don't know why. I guess it's because it's not. It doesn't seem logical, right? But you're a you're an institution and you own Meta at 240, right? Like you're more than well aware that their year over year revenues are down, their year over year EPS is down, their year over year net profits are down, right? But you're not gonna fucking sell it at 180, right? So you build up hype. You pump it and you hype it, and you buy a shitload in after hours when you can gap up the ask, right? You drive the price higher, and then you sell all of your shit at a higher price to idiots, right? Maybe that's an easier way to understand it. None of these institutions are fucking hanging on to these tech stocks. They don't really think that these are recovering, right? They're not that fucking stupid. This is literally like what Wyckoff is based off of. Accumulation and distribution. They buy the bottom and they sell the top, and they ensure that the bottom and the top stay exactly where they want them until they're done buying or selling. Lily's earnings aren't till tonight, right? Oh, no, no, no. They're next week. Did they move their earnings? What the fuck? Oh, no, they missed. Oh, interesting. Hold on, I gotta check something, because what was this morning? Um, I want to do shorting. So Gamma Max is 411. What the fuck isn't that coming up? They missed on EPS, beat on revenues. Okay. Hmm. SPX looks like it's topping out here around 40.85. Let's see. A little bit of call interest coming in this morning, though. There's some bulls. Not a lot up at like 4,100, but 40.75 through 40.85 looks pretty call favored. Give me a second. That's done yet. GME FTDs for today are God damn it, where the fuck are they? Today's the 27th. 703,000. Okay, I made the right choice to wait. NASDAQ getting fucking hammered. What's going on here? Is Meta tanking? No. Why is Nvidia getting slapped down so fucking hard? MasterCard's caught a small beat. What time can you see if those puts are closing, etc. in the data? Which puts? I can see it like after 1 minute. So it refreshes every minute. So like every tick, it'll refresh to the prior tick. So I guess it's always like a, a minute behind. Do you have a price target entry for Oxy? I want to expose myself to oil. 52 to 57. Obviously, the lower range is better, but it's hard because every time it hits 56, Warren Buffett buys it. Q1 2023 earnings call. Last time they had a call, the stock ran with all the good news. Crossing fingers. I mean, I kind of hope it doesn't run. I want it cheaper so I can buy more of it. Yeah, futures isn't really gaining any ground over 4,100 right now. Seems to be some decent resistance there. Put interest is picking up on SPX. Thoughts on INTC straddle tonight? Probably not worth it. What's this stream about? Who knows? We should have way more likes by now. Generally only if I remember to ask. Let's see if futures gets another bounce on 4100 here. It looks like it's starting to slip. But I don't think it's going to fill the gap just yet. Yeah, I want to wait. I want to wait a minute before I buy puts. I don't really want to buy calls because the upside's kind of insignificant. Like all the call interest dies off at like 40.85. And we're still net negative gamma. Gherkin, I got puts for Lily at 395. What about you? I got a couple so far. I'm trying to get more fills. Not getting the ones I want. Fucking spreads are ridiculous. All right. Did you get meta puts now around 220 or so for May 19? It's a bit soon, don't you think? I don't know. After NVIDIA, I don't want to trust that it won't stay pumped for like 30 days. I wish I would have read yesterday's daily closer to pay attention to the bottom side of your chart. I would have sold some puts at 40.50 before it closed. What's the play with Lily? It's in the DD. Or the Pickles picks. Fubo CSP play, basically either keeping all the premium or getting shares for 90 cents. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's how CSPs work. Any interest in a stock with 110% reported short interest and a float of 1.1 million? No. Sounds like it's a piece of shit. There you go. They're interested. I'm sure they'll go bag it with you. I'll short NVIDIA. Okay. Seeing social media status of friends able to unload their meta bags after 2 years seems bullish. Seems biased. It's no, still no downside yet. I don't think the call side's worth it right now, just because there's not enough interest to the upside. But it looks like we're gonna fucking hold here for a little while, which is annoying. But remember, the markets aren't going to be, well, the SPX at least isn't going to be nearly as fun for the next couple of days. I'm just going to close these NVIDIA 1 DTEs. I don't want it fucking turning around and ripping $5 again. I'm going to do it, and it's going to drop to like 250. Watch. Oh, I update. It's just, I mean, it's call heavy up to like 40.85, put heavy under 40.65. Uh, might have some like flow data in a minute here. Skew. Yeah, 40.85 call heavy. That's about the only strike that's particularly call heavy. 4100 is, but we're really far from that still. Gamma flip at 4097.50. I guess I'll watch futures. Fubo $1 CSP, a bad idea. What, like weekly? How long? I mean, do you want to own Fubo? Why is the spread so large on Lily? It doesn't have a lot of options. I mean, puts are dead, but at least I'm gonna take comfort in the fact that the economy is strong. Is GME price going up because of ETF FTDs? Yeah, it's got 700,000 of them today. We're in the ETF FTD period already. Also, the market's going up, which helps. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't go up at all. We just trade volume flat. No, no news on the video. Just rejected on gamma neutral. Also, AI is like the AI hype is starting to diffuse, right? Lily has an earnings conference call in 5 minutes. Maybe I should wait on my puts then. Or well, the rest of them. Futures broke up a little bit here. I don't know if it's sustainable, but it did. Not quite yesterday's high. Still waiting. Actually, you know what? The video straight drilling. Yep. Tons of futures interest at 4110. Well, there's a lot of buyers and sellers. There's also a lot of sellers before 4110. But I think it's more likely to reject. Hey, Pickleman, it's me, the guy who sold calendar puts against his long puts yesterday. They offset 60% of the losses on my long puts overnight. This hedging thing is pretty neat. Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? I still think we may see 115-ish on ES, but I dropped my calls already anyway. Okay. I mean, oh, 115 on ES. That's probably not out of the question. I think Amazon's going to be a lot more important tonight than Cloudflare, to be honest. But I don't know. Cloud expenditures are down, right? So like op and capex are contracting pretty rapidly everywhere. I don't know who that's going to affect the most. Analysts' expectations are already really low, right? I think Amazon's very dependent on its AWS results. And you say the head and shoulders on SPX daily is iffy since it's an index and they generally trend up. But that second shoulder appears to have formed right in line with the first. I know. It's there. It's distributive, right? And I mean, that tracks with our considerations, but I don't think reading technical signals long term on indexes is probably the best idea. It's a bad habit. And the problem is their likelihood of breaking up is much higher, right? There's better and more accurate ways to determine a breakdown there than saying it's a head and shoulder. What did I say Lily's Gamma Max was? Fucking goddamn it. 411.39. Hmm. Netflix about to fall off a cliff after 320. That reminds me, I need to buy more of these. Is that May 19? That might not be soon enough. Well, maybe it is. How much do I pay for Pickles Picks? I don't know. I think it's like $25. Hold on one second. Oh, this is slow. Trying to see if I can find some news on Lily's investor thing. Missed on earnings, but raised for your guidance. Banking hard on their diabetes drug. All right. I'm mostly playing the technicals there. Just like keeps running into Gamma Max. Pending home sales missed already. Bearish expectations. Interesting. Is this VIX crush for full port puts? How bad's the VIX crush? This doesn't seem that bad. A lot of puts being sold, but yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Do you see any opportunities to sell covered calls on GME in the short term? Possibly. Like Monday, maybe. That's what caused the VIX to drop overnight. Indexes went up overnight. Bob has lost all its gains from the split news. Is there any reason for this? Yeah, it's a risky company that no one wants to buy. Bob has been massively undervalued for like 2 years now. You said Jimmy has a fair value of $10. What do I tell morons that say Morningstar has a fair value of GME of 50? That's not in the near term. That's a future projection. And only Morningstar says that. That's the only analyst report that says GME's worth $50. Went from being down 50% on NVIDIA puts to positive 30. Derivatives are wild. They're dope. Yep, cat getting slammed. Like the stream, you Philistines. I have a SPY 405C expiring today and a 402P expiring next Friday. Is the 402P too far out of the money now to bank on a return to near that price? It was a weird strangle that I had. No. I mean, it's not too far. I don't think. The fuck? Why does it keep doing that? It's not too far out of the money, but you may need to roll it. You might not have enough time. Because the decay is gonna murder it, right? Pending home sales month over month, negative 5.2 versus 0.5 expected. I would sooner buy GME for 50 than Meta for 50. I guess. I wouldn't buy either one of them for 50. Analyst expectations are fuck. No, except that one that values GME at $50. That one's good. But it's like a 5-year projection, right? And didn't they value it at $40 before the split? Back then it was FUD. GameStop can grow big and exponentially if they play it right, like big time. They're gonna need a lot more money. I think the opportunity's there. That's why I still own it. But they're gonna need a lot more money. We can give them money. You can. Morningstar itself acknowledges its rating system as a quantitative measure of a fund's past performance. It is not intended to accurately predict future performance. Yeah. Well, GME was $300 fucking dollars in 2021. How do companies get more money that you speak of? Oh, they dilute, and they bring on outside investment capital, generally in the form of dilution. When Nixus went all in on Jimmy, it looks like our covered calls are safe. Didn't he lose all his money already? I mean, he had that pretend position, like back before earnings, that he bought and then sold and then posted a picture of a paper trading account. But like, does anyone know anything about the company Ader? It's a piece of shit. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry. You're even on the position. I really don't know anything about their future potential, but it was like a big pump and dump thing. Why does your grandpa own it? That's on VN rising on Upstart. It's a good sign. No, he refreshed his paper trading account. I see. Have they tried raising capital by being profitable? There's no way. They don't make enough. They need more revenue streams. So I've noticed a long-term trend in the labor market. Pro-life states are having a massive talent issue. The university I work at, students aren't even entertaining LLY. Going to lead to brain drain. Possibly, yeah. That could be an effect. God, please don't start talking about trash stock again. They're trying to. Triple top on SPX. Yeah, these have broken up recently. I'd be careful with any overly exuberant expectations. Is that June? There we go. Tested 40.95. This looks futures. 41. $15. There it is. 41.15. Fun. So just over gamma neutral, or well, the fast one. Where is that? 40.97. How does OI look? Anything coming in on the call side? A bunch of calls closed. Or puts. It's hard to tell, actually. 4100, 4110. Calls coming in at 4110. I think we need to see if futures are able to hold this. There's a lot of futures buying. You looking at more bear credit spreads at this point? Not yet. I'll wait. I'll wait till I think a top is in. Well, at least sounds nice. At least when all the people who are ghosting you with less theta and worse strikes complain this time, your chastisement will include Lily. Did you cut your 4080? I probably had to stop. Yeah. The week will close at 41.30 because it missed being that in that area and trading flat. Is now a good time for BTU CSPs? It's getting very close to resistance. At 2050. It's not terrible. Oh, this is the top of the expected range. I don't know if this is going to fail here or not. Maybe, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait like a few minutes. I mean, I'm not going that crazy on Lily. I'm probably going to get like 10. 10 of each. I wanted to get a couple shorter dated puts in case it drops fast after, like if it runs up into gamma max like overnight or something. But like the June stuff, I'll probably only get like 20, 25 contracts for each strike. And that's only if I can get fills on them. They're not exactly easy to buy. ES gap at 40.87 from this morning. All right, thanks. It's good to know. I don't think we've hit the top of my target range yet. But I think we're very close to, what did I say this morning? 40.95, right? So we're like right at the top. Can you please say that we'll break down in 10 minutes? No. $40.97.25. That's close enough. Hmm. Does it ever irk you when your longer term options just bounce back and forth between 15 plus 15 and negative 15? Not really. My worst ex-girlfriend is called Lily. Today's stream is very triggering for me. Lily, 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 Lily. When you do expect credit spreads in SPX, and how many zero DTs do you usually pick? I usually don't sell them out very far. Um, like 1 or 2 days generally. Right now, the market's trading in a pretty broad range, and there's been like more liquidity. So I would be careful selling too much theta on spreads. Morning, Ding. Is there any incentive for someone to force 4,100 to be the straddle point for today? Sure. I have not tried Jimmy John's caprese salami pesto sandwich. I strangled 40.90 and 40.95 right now. We better not stagnate here. I want to tell you that we won't, but I'm not sure that's true. And futures failed the test of 40.15, but gamma max for Lily is 411. In a scenario where you have hundreds of thousands of people watching you, would you embrace your role as the greatest centaur origin market manipulator of all time? Jesus Christ. VIX and SPX tracking together? Does it mean anything? Yeah, probably. Hold on. Nope, that's not VIX. Why does it keep doing that? VIX isn't really bouncing or anything. You don't think we fill this gap before we do anything else? Uh, that's curious. A lot of call interest at 40.85, 40.75. Kind of dies off there. Not a ton of put interest coming in. A little bit at 40.75 and 40.90, but not a shitload yet. 40.75 is going up. Just on the 0 DT side, though. We've got to try and pump for like 41.10, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to play the short side here. That's risky. Am I shadow banned? No, I don't think so. Thank you, Lil Pickle, by the way. You think there's a chance we could see 4,000 by the end of next week? Yeah, it's possible. We could see 4,000 by the end of this week. Can you give your opinion on cat earnings and its price action? Sure. Dow's underperforming today. And although cat beat by a massive amount, no one seems to give a shit. Jesus fucking Christ, they demolished their earnings. What the fuck? 4.91 reported earnings per share? With an additional like 760 million in revenue? God, I hope it goes back to 160. No, I don't have any calls on Cat. I didn't want to play their earnings because of exactly this. The market must hate profitable companies, or they just want to buy those ones cheaper. How's your FSLR position doing? Good. I was gonna take profits on my 210 and 205 puts today. And then I'm gonna hedge my June and September puts, like my 200 and 190 puts and 180 puts. I'm gonna hedge those for earnings tonight. How do you feel about selling some $20, $22 CSPs on BTU? I mean, How much do you get for selling 2350s? They didn't mention AI in their call, so what do you expect? It's true. Are we gonna straddle Amazon with one DT, add the money at close? I can't wait. You know, Amazon would have to move 10% for that straddle to print, right? Is next week the death of Jamie and back down to the $13-15 range? So there should be more. See, this is why I wanted to wait on the SPX puts. There should be more liquidity after like the ETF FTDs are resolved. So generally speaking, yeah, if we're gonna get shorted harder, it's gonna be after that period. Is BTU in your lower expected range? It's getting there. It's pretty close. I mean, like under $22. I'm not opposed to raising my cost basis. How's the contract positioning short term and long term change this morning? I just got on. Please help. I mean, we're closer to the longer term call range, so gamma on the call side is up right now, but it still looks pretty weak above like 4100, 4110 on the 0 DTE side. I think if futures fails here, which it's taking a little while to do, but if it fails, we're probably going to head back towards the gap. I don't know if we'll fill it though. Remember, a lot of the positioning today is going to be fairly neutral. So like once we find a range, which, you know, they've pumped it up. Once we find a range, we're likely to stick close to it. The question is that range 4080 to like 4190, like 4050 to 4195? Or is it going to be like 4080 to 4120? We don't know yet. It's too early in the day. Venus Pickle, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Remember the last time BTU had earnings and it went to 30? Yep. You know what's interesting with Microsoft and Meta earnings failing to send us to 4,200? There's nothing bullish going into Friday. We have Amazon earnings tonight. Here's my problem with Amazon. Even if it's shit, I think all of their earnings are going to hinge on AWS, where I expect revenues to have dropped. But if they're even, Amazon's pretty fairly valued. It's not like exuberance isn't sky high there. You know, there's no AI, right? At least not yet. So if they're able to pad any miss in AWS, the price should remain relatively flat, right? Like, I mean, it might bump up like a few bucks or down a few bucks, but I don't think it's going to go crazy. If AWS misses, they're probably about 10 or 15% overvalued. if AWS hits, they're probably about 5% undervalued. So it's actually kind of a trickier one. It's not like Meta or Microsoft where you can just buy, you know, zero point 0.2 or zero point 0.3 delta out of the money calls and puts and make money no matter what. We calculate it. Golden Jive Turkey. AWS is AI adjacent. Where do you think all those GPUs are going? Data centers? What, you mean all the GPUs that are in NVIDIA warehouses that no one's buying? Amazon gonna announce they will continue to sell NVIDIA Super 1 million X AI chips. Is MOASS a good buy here? It was pretty cheap the other day. I mean, it's in my, it's like in the middle of my target range, but the trend on it doesn't look very bullish, right? They have earnings coming up. It's a little risky, right? The yield isn't insane, so there's not a lot of padding on your entry. I don't think they're gonna beat estimates for quarter one. Generally, like, I think quarter two is their best. I'd much rather buy it at like 38 or $37 if I could get it there. I have some like near the current price. I have some at like 43, I think. But I wouldn't buy more unless it went into the lower end of that range. I actually already have quite a lot of AI features. Is there anyone in the market that's better than you? Trick questions? No, probably. I'm sure. There's always someone better. Amazon doing layoff right before earnings is pretty compelling. Is this a way to take some money off the books? Yeah, probably. But eventually, you know, for all those layoffs, they're going to have to report the fact that they're paying them all severance, right? Believe it or not, still not looking very bearish. $4,100 rejection incoming. Maybe. I don't know. Futures are hung up, I think, is the problem here, not SPX. Futures might be moving to their second failure of a test of 4115. That's risky though, because they could break up. The call interest is there. Can you comment on BTU's earnings report? I mean, EPS and revenues are up, free cash flow is up. It's doing what it does. I still think BTU is wildly undervalued. And there's some negativity there, because it's a coal company, but I mean, with their cash flows, they should be worth like 35 to 45 a share at least. Could it be holding at these levels to sell calls at those levels? I don't know. I don't know if the calls at 41.10 are sold or not. They could be. They very well could be. If I knew it was gonna break down, I'd probably be selling spreads at like 41.10, 41.15 too. I think we may see a bullwhip effect from goods from China's COVID zero impacting Amazon this fall. That's possible, yeah. Can you explain the bullish sentiment after this morning's data? I really don't think sentiment's all that bullish. I mean, we've moved up a little bit, but not outside of expectations or anything. El Guapo, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Microsoft's humming along. Surprised Cat went down on stellar earnings and decent guidance. I'm a little surprised at how much they've gone down on those earnings. But Caterpillar is weird. It's always had like moderately strong short interest. It's pretty illiquid, which fucks with its price action. Like back when Cat was 160, it was worth 240. It's very hard to price, right? And so you get a lot of like volatility sellers and short interest that come in. And they're able to substantially affect the price of the underlying because it's so illiquid, right? It's kind of like industrials GME, except way better in every metric. But what's your time horizon for the thesis on Express? I don't know. I'll give management a few years. Okay, that's a second rejection on 41.15. That's got to be fucking bearish, right? We got to be getting close. Hmm. You know what? Since everything's moving so fucking slow today, why don't I do this? Could you take a look at SCMI? I'm thinking of playing earnings on 5.2. Expect a 5 to 10% remove, and it's right on support of a big uptrend. Can you tell me why you expect a 5 to 10% move? Cat has a gap to fill at 196. That's not relevant. I experienced harder rejection in the middle school. In middle school, Jesus Christ. I close my calls to go clean a 600-pound person. Options, please rescue me. That can't smell great. BTU seems very cheap here. I'm gonna buy some. Okay. Thanks for telling me. This gap finna fill? I don't know. We'll see. Will my VIX 100 0 DTEs print today? There's no VIX expiration today. Did you hear about JPOW taking a prank phone call thinking he was talking to Zelensky, but in fact it was two Russian pranksters pretending to be him? No. Is a GDP miss bullish? Absolutely fucking not. It's not just a miss. It's a contraction of 80%. PTU EV to FCF ratio, like 3 to 1. It's ridiculous. They make so much fucking cash. Why is ES up if GDP miss is bad? You gotta close shit before you can drop it, right? If we got GDP inflation up and labor's tightening, that's what makes it boil. I didn't. Started this year with 5K, now made it to 20. Fucking A, Alex. That's awesome, dude. I hear you, Gerg. I really do, but we're in a bull market, so a GDP contraction of 80% is bullish, right? It's done a 5% minimum move on earnings since starting this uptrend, expecting some sympathy off AI and tech chips. So you're gambling. You're gambling on earnings. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to look at your earnings gamble. I mean, it means nothing, right? There's no technicals there that are going to tell you what their earnings performance is going to look like. 4075 still possible today? Sure, why not? Trailing 12 months, BTU's cash flows are 1.56 billion, not factoring in today's. Can these analysts magically explain how the economy is going to come roaring back in the second half of the year? The Fed's going to cut rates. That's why they're still pricing that in. I would love a poem about your undying love for me. Hook it up. Carl, go fuck yourself. comma, Girk. Finn. So at least 40, 50p, 0 DT, like bought or sold to you. Kind of looks sold to me. I mean, there aren't a ton of them. So, at least on the 0 DTE side. Most of the put interest is at 4,100 and 4075. I told you today, I told everyone yesterday, today was going to be boring as shit. Hey, Girk, I just got out of a meeting. Can you explain to me why the market mechanicked? I just don't understand. What? I'm crying. I'm so happy. How was Street Fighter last night? I didn't get a chance to play it. I was busy. Was this a test of the upper SPX range? Yeah, well, it was a test. Now we're just sitting in it. The most New York poem ever written. BTU think Elliot will be taken out soon? Seems to be a drag on share price. Hmm, I don't know. Besides straddling PCE, what are your thoughts on it? I think most likely we close the week sub 450, but that's 95% because I have puts. I expect PCE to be flat to up. Probably the short-term metrics will be up. Year over year will be down. Everything else will be flat. I want the trend on futures to break so bad. It's close. I mean, we just fall back into, yeah, we just fall back into the lower trend range. So we'll see if futures slip back to 4,100, and then we'll look to see if they slip 4,100. The rejection at 41.15 is starting to get a little more confirmed. It's not quite there yet, but it's close. Can you tell me where you're looking up the open interest? We get it from a data provider. You can get it from CBOE for free once a day. Fin as in SPX finna fill the gap. I don't know if we're gonna fill the gap. It's kind of far. We could, but I don't know if we will. So chop until my 0 DTEs wither and die. There's a reason I bought 1 DTEs. What if 1850 was our bottom? What if it wasn't? I don't think they'll let it slip 4,000 in any meaningful way until next month. We probably won't see 4,000 until at least next week. Sell 19cc here. Buy back tomorrow for 40%. Let me see what ETF FTDs are tomorrow. Because you want to make sure that we're not going to see an accumulation of price improvement. ETF FTDs tomorrow and tomorrow are lower. They're 514,000. And if the market drops, we're probably going back under 19 again today. Okay, that breakdown's confirmed. So I think we're gonna start to slip. Let me see what our gamma exposure is looking like here. I think positive gamma starts to break down soon for the 0 DTEs. Yeah. Skew adjusted gamma at 8.7 billion now. Negative. 0 DTE still 2.4 positive though. I feel like DMMs that want up simply boof any bid slap, so they slap the ask and they slap the bid at the top. Yeah. You ever get your going out of business restaurant sale coffee machine fixed? No. It's in storage in the basement of my building. No, I bought an espresso machine from a restaurant too, but it was like I couldn't get anybody to come fix it during the pandemic, and then I just bought a new espresso machine anyway, so I didn't care. It also requires a water line, which I can't install in my apartment. Let's go up to a water cooler. It's a pain in the ass. Also, you don't get like the proper line pressure. I got a good deal on that espresso machine though. I got it for like $1,200, and it's like a $15,000 like La Marzocco or Marzocco like 2 group. If I ever live in an actual house, maybe I'll hook it up. Yeah, but they have to drill a hole in the countertop. The thing is a beast, I know. But it's like, I mean, it takes up so much space. I wouldn't even be able to use my fucking kitchen. And it requires what's the bigger outlet? I got it from the same place that I got the freezers. Are you and Carl in some sort of bromance? No. Carl likes to be financially dominated, I think. Although I'm not sure. And in return, he bans people I don't like. 240. Yeah, it might be 240 volt. Goddamn right. Hey, gherkin internet friends. Hey, buckled up Jen. Sorry I've been MIA. We own a dispensary now, so I've been crazy busy. My nonprofit is going well too. Hi, Carl. Do you miss me? Congratulations, buckled up Jen. Hustle girl. Time for the bullish bear flag? Fuck you, dork. Don't you dare. Do you have any thoughts on Google price action or to the next month or so? Do you see it going much higher? I hope not. I have covered calls out on it at 105. I'd like it to go lower. I'm not particularly happy with its bump today. Thoughts on the passing of Jerry Springer? I don't care. Don't start kink shaming, bro. You're better than that. Just unplug your oven when you want to use it. Fuck that. Some Wall Street bets regard full ported 3000 GME May calls. Okay. I mean, it'll bump on Monday probably. It's got 1.3 million ETF FTDs. That's usually enough for it to do something. I'm just gonna sell covered calls. It's not kink shaming if kink shaming is your kink. Do we get a discount at Buckled Up Jen's dispensary if we ask for the pickle special? I don't know. Ask her. That regard is Lenixis. Oh, is it his paper trading account again? He doesn't have any fucking money. He lives above his grandma's like Euro shop in fucking Cyprus. He's got a picture of a 1980s Ferrari Testarossa on his wall. Like, who's buying this shit? Today, T plus 35 for like 14 million FTDs on GME, right? I'm sorry, Euro. Are you happy? Where do you get 14 million FTDs on GME? Did you just pull that number out of your ass? I was on selling SPX 4110 calls today. I'm thinking about it. It's risky with PCE tomorrow, right? I guess I could sell 0 DTEs, but they're not worth a lot. Chart exchange? I haven't seen 14 million FTDs on GME at all. Anywhere. The highest FTDs for GME were 324. The T plus settlement A for those is 5.2. The second highest is 5.1, which is the day I expect it'll run anyway. And that's 200,000. Oh, second highest is 5.3, which doesn't have a lot of other FTDs. So yeah, I mean, still ETF FTD period for next week. But it's not 14 million. Not even fucking close. On 5.1 between The MMFTDs and ETF FTDs, it's only 1.5 million total. There's potential bullishness for PCE. I mean, PCE is just not generally viewed as important. Like so it is. Everyone straddles it, but like the effect of it never leads to anything, because I don't think anyone understands what it means. But the earnings run only created 159,000 FTDs. And then the following 3 days created like 1.2 million more. I love how the Fed's main forward indicator isn't deemed to be important. I don't think anybody understands its effect on actual inflation. Like, most fund managers aren't like economists, right? And most economists are idiots. So it's tough for the realization of data. Like, PCE was pretty bad last time, right? The last two reports have been pretty bad, but the effect was like dropped like 30 BPS, right? Do you think SPX breaks down any further? Yeah, I think it can go down further today. Are 0 to 1 DTE puts flowing in? I haven't looked for a minute. Give me a second. A little bit of call sell off at 40.85, 40.75. Puts are up at 40.75 moderately. Still, it's still 40.75 and it's still call favored though. This could be sold. 40.70 is where it starts to shift towards put favor, but that's only on the 0 DTEs. On the longer term time frames, the downside's a lot more negative. I'll check how that's changed. Yeah, 40.85 is just like a big support. They've erected like a big wall of calls there. But if we break down below that, I mean, we could definitely see like 40.70, 40.60. I don't think that's out of the question. 40.50 might be a little tough. Futures could still find support here at like 4100, 4105. My biggest problem with it is that like we're not finding we're not dropping in a substantial manner, which makes me think they want to hold at least most of this upper range through the day. Are they hiding all of their puts on futures instead of spiking VIX? VIX is going up. I think I mean what's happening there is they're selling, like the longs are selling shitloads of puts, which drives the VIX down, and the shorts are selling calls. So like lots of spreads, right? And those are short vol. Did you sell both sides of your meta position? I still have the puts open, but I don't think anything's gonna come of it. They're paid for, so we'll see what happens. I don't think they're gonna be worth a lot less than they are now. So maybe if meta drops back to like 220 by next week, I can close them for a little bit more. But I'm already, I already took profits on the call side, which is all I really cared about. Kansas Fed Manufacturing Index negative 21, estimated 3. I mean, that's part of the reason that Caterpillar's probably down today is there's a lot of contraction in manufacturing and industrials right now. I'm not sure if that'll affect Caterpillar, but it's there all the same. The sector is contracting pretty hard. Ray BTU, could people mad at management? Like, people do not like how they're handling cap returns, maybe? I mean, they already said that they were going to do a special dividend, right? So a dividend and a special dividend. So I don't see why investors would be angry with them. What do you think futures will price in no rate decrease this year? I mean, I don't know. Powell already said he's not doing it, so. And they still think they're still pricing it like he is. My biggest problem is over trading and forcing trades. Yeah, that's a lot of people. After catching the upside this morning, the eventual rejection of 41.15, I made a good chunk of change. Slap me if I open a new trade. Fair enough. I probably wouldn't have played the upside this morning if I was playing ES. Well, maybe on ES I would have. Because of the pre-market range. The pre-market range was a lot better. Were you in before market open? If you were in before market open, then the upside wasn't a bad play. But the downside has more potential range. Hard to time, though. The breakdown was weird. You probably would have gotten stopped. I had calls on SPX last night, too, for the straddle. I'm talking about positionally, the one good. I'll take 3,600 for my May 19s, please. So you need the market to crash Monday before the Fed meeting? Fubo off exchange volume is approaching 80%. Is there a reason it would be that high? There's a lot of high frequency trading on Fubo because of its price. SPX to 4050? Oh yeah? Too ambitious. There's some downside here, but it might almost be over. We're still hung up on those 4085 calls that aren't fucking budging. I might just take my fucking profits here and walk away from the put side in a minute. This is gonna have to break down a lot more for me to get super bearish. It doesn't even look that good yet. It's about bottomed out. Hmm. Yeah, just ES is just like, it's not doing shit, you know? It doesn't look good. It looks like a head and shoulders, right? But it still needs to break here. And the only thing that's going to force those 4085s off the chain is ES breaking down. Otherwise, these are going to float the SPX all day. But interest is picking up a little bit at 4065. 4070 is getting a little bit more. Not a lot, though. It's still very even. Hmm. Really? A gap up? On what? Test of 4060? That's where we're headed, sir. That'd be nice. It's generally pretty. Where's VWAP on Lily? It's, it's generally pretty hard to pick a direction when volume's this shitty. Poopy pants. Scored a cheap NVIDIA put. Nice. I closed my 1 DTEs already. That's been, have any of you guys been doing that? The like morning NVIDIA play? You just wait for it to test gamma neutral, then you buy a bunch of 0 DTEs at the money, and that dumps $5. It's fucking awesome. It's done it like 3 days in a row now. It's saving my puts, yes. I've been scaling it up because it's so reliable. This is so fucking boring. We gotta bounce back up and fucking retest, right? There's no way they just let all this fucking gamma die. Ooh, interesting. 4065 calls just sold off. That would have been short calls closing right now. They're gonna reposition to the upside. What's up, baby hands? I have IWM May and June puts. They lost money today, even though IWM is down on the day. And does that mean people are closing positions on the strike? It could be, yeah. Also, VIX is down today, so it's probably a better reason. Can you play any instruments? I used to be able to. I don't know if I still can. How much is rent these days in NYC? I mean, mine's still like 3,600 a month. No, I guess 33, but does it mean when VIX is working correctly? Good question. I've been doing the morning to video play, but with June puts, that can't be as valuable. I just enter them on the test of gamma neutral, and I just slap a stop on it, right? There it is. I knew this fucker was gonna bounce. Are we gonna get like an ascending Head and Shoulders? Boring. No, not the skin flute. My BTU 2350 CSPs are bought this morning up 2246. Looks like I'm not getting assigned. Nice. I've never had a position in Rev. Considering it's cheaper than a pack of raisins, it's dead. It's complete. They're destroying the shareholder equity. It's a tax write-off at best. When 40, 60, 40, 75 gap fill. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna fill the gap today. It's pretty heavily defended. BTU earnings call talking about fire fallout. Sounds like all sunshine and rainbows, no injuries, no regulatory problems. People back in the mine fixing it up. ETA 2 to 3 weeks. Nice. Thanks, Beef. And there's the test. We did the thing. Yo, Gherkin, busy day today, so I haven't been listening. Today's bounce a good time to enter some June SPX puts. Further chop this week with maybe more ups. Thanks. Could be. I don't know how high it's gonna go. We just hit resistance on futures here, so well for the trend. Well, and 4120. Oh, clown market. What do? Just be patient. No, no news. 4060 0 DTE went up on that spike. Huh. Heard you bought a weekly on Microsoft yesterday? I sold weeklies on Microsoft yesterday. I had a strangle on it. I bought a strangle on Meta yesterday. Okay, now I'm gonna sell spreads, I think. Why is the account that we can see almost always all red? Are these just positions you forget about? I mean, sometimes they're just positions I let die. Um, Generally, if they're profitable, I close them. But the account's gone from like $5,000 back in like 2021 to like to the upside of 100 twice. Like I don't really pay like close attention to it or actively manage it a lot, but it's still grown pretty significantly since I started the stream. Uh, 4110. No, I'm selling spreads. VIX now to be read is the lower the number, the higher the volatility. I think VIX right now, kind of the lower the number, the less liquidity. For a little fun perspective, Amazon's move today added the equivalent market cap of 700 times Bobby. That's just like every point on SPX, right? Not all of them are dying hedges. Like the Lily position I just opened today. The SPX positions I opened today. The 12,000p was like a joke, but it also lets me monitor like volatility on SPX contracts. Um, the like the share positions I guess I have in it. The gold positions just like shit I forgot about, or I didn't set a stop on it. It was up at one point, but whatever. What else is there? Hold on. Netflix is fine. I probably need to average that down. Oh, and the Nvidia puts were just like a YOLO that burned out. I mean, if you're a trader or a swing trader, your port's generally going to be red. Like any open positions you have, right? Because if you were profitable, you would have closed them. Sava? Oh, Sava's doing a thing? Cool. I feel like averaging this down isn't really worth it. Maybe it is. Well, oh, maybe not. Grease Nipples, like the stream, you filthy animals. Thank you so much, Grease Nipples. I appreciate it. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Red ports make the green that much sweeter, I guess. I tried to download options as a strategic investment online for free, and now Ask Jeeves is my default search engine. Well done. Up 4.5% on no volume. Not really much of a thing. I mean, it's up. I don't really like playing the upside on Sava because it gets rug pulled really fast. But if IV spikes on it, I'll definitely sell spreads on it again. What earnings are you gonna play today? I don't know yet. I asked Jeeves and it told me to buy CERN puts. Okay. And how are you gonna do that? 4-week bills are up a lot. I asked Jeeves, he said buy Jeeves coin. One more bounce. We should just buy a call here. That's bullish, right? Cut the puts, re-enter. We'll cut the 40.75. All right. Thoughts on Hertz? It's cheap. I think this is going to push up again. 4110, 4100. Yeah, 4110 still fucking stacked. Maybe if I get out of the 4090 profitably. I don't know. I mean, some of the 4110s are sold, but I don't know how many. Take a look at 1-year treasuries and yields. Yeah, I mean the yields are skyrocketing today. The fuck is pushing up for? Cat is a freaking beast. Cat's down 3% today. One-year bond price also up. Oh, interesting. I mean, yields moving up should be bullish, right? It means there's reduced interest in bond buying. T-bond futures are down like 88 BPS today. So, I mean, that should indicate that there's money moving from bonds to equities. Did I buy 40? Okay, I got 4105. I love how the sentiment here swings so wildly. Like yesterday, everyone was all happy because they were making money, and today people are like, "Gork, what do?" I mean, I feel like I explained what would happen today. The upper range is a little higher than expected this morning, but so far not a lot higher. People like myself didn't sell. That was stupid. Um, bounce. What's VIX looking like? VIX gonna run down a little bit here. GDP contraction full bull. I mean, this doesn't feel very full bull. We've seen full bull. We're not up 300 BPS today, right? That would be full bull. Actually, looks like the same for the 6 month as well. All right. I don't know. Do they have any auctions? Are there any auctions today? The 4 and the 8 week are up for auction today. It says the 7 year. I feel like this is bailing out positions on the wrong side of GDP. It doesn't feel very strong in the upper range. Can we test 4120 today? I mean, right now there's not a lot of positioning there. 4110 has some interest, but I'm not even sure that that isn't majority sold. If it weren't for the stability in futures, I wouldn't have bought calls here. Amazon calls it is. Why not just get QQQ? Like, why the fuck would you pay 200% IV to buy Amazon calls? Do you know how hard Amazon has to move? I mean, unless you're buying them at the money. Why would shorter term bond yields and prices move in the same direction? That's strange to me. It's not that odd. It can just simply mean there's a lot of activity. That's it. Since PCE has been bad 3 times and ignored 3 times, what makes you think 4,000 end of week is possible? I really don't think we're going to see 4,000 this week. It's not outside of like our trading range, but I don't think we'll see it. I, I said that earlier. I said that yesterday too. Like it's within the range that we can trade in, but it is unlikely for us to see it. Yeah. SVX price action doesn't seem very inviting today. I mean, it's not. I do assume at some point today that we're going to see more. If we don't start trading lower, we're going to see more puts accumulate nearer the money. I didn't wake up on the wrong side of bed. I'm not in a bad mood at all. It was just boring. GB CSPs are the way. Are they? Well, Nixus has 3,000 call options for May OPEX. No, he fucking doesn't. To be fair, you called it yesterday for today being boring. I know. That doesn't mean I wanted it to be. Yeah, GME CSPs have garbage premium for the risk. How do you determine futures to the current position of SPX? I mean, they traded a relative spread to one another. which contracts over time. Speaking of futures, testing the upper range of the uptrend again. What timeline is that normally? What? The contraction? It's quarterly. It contracts, like the prices become more in line as the futures move towards expiration. Which happens on quad witching. If you're bored, can we play a game like I Spy or Hangman? No, I'm not that fucking bored. Is this a short squeeze on Spy? I don't think so. What's the target range if this breaks up? 4110. What do you think the odds are that Amazon misses tonight? That's a good question. I don't know what the odds are. I know that their earnings are going to be heavily reliant on AWS revenues. I think there's a good chance AWS is down, but I'm not sure that they're unable to pad that. How many days of FTDs for GME? We started yesterday, so we have 5 more. I think we get a rejection of that upper range and some downside this afternoon. Well, if we move into that upper range, then puts need to come into straddle. I don't know how far down that'll pull us. If we stay up here for the rest of the day, would call accumulation for the straddles push us higher than 4110? Well, puts will have to accumulate, right? Because there's not a lot of puts at this level. So puts will have to move closer to the money to straddle. So I mean, end of day, we would move down into the range puts are being bought at. But by if we hit 4110, that might just be like 4100 end of day, right? Like 4100, 4090. Is there a way to tell if VIX is getting shorted versus organically going down? Probably not directly. If you're watching like options, then yeah, sort of. You can see if like big blocks of out of the money options come in, and VIX dives. That's usually like, sold put or sold call positions. What's causing the push up? I mean, largely futures, but there's calls, zero DT calls at 4100, 4110. We bounced up overnight through most of the bearish like interest on SPX into like the upper range where there were more calls present. Amazon is not going to double in market cap tonight. There's the push. Dad. Wow. Very slow. When SF6 pickle jar tournament? There's only a demo out. I don't know. How would I even host one of those? That sounds difficult. If Amazon beats, does that mean the short squeeze is on? What short squeeze? All the shorts are like, are you talking about like the short calls? The short calls are all at like 4180 and up. We're nowhere near those. Not unless they say AI 50 times. I mean, even then, that's only going to take you so far. Do you prefer old Cammy or new Cammy? How did Cammy change? Let's do a Rocket League tournament where Carl and I are the hosts. Absolutely not. You guys are just going to get weird and bitter with each other. I'm contrarian. Amazon weekly puts. I don't know. I don't really think Amazon is a like if you're not playing something like condors or butterflies, I don't think it's a very good play. IV's pricing in like an 8% move. And like out of the money straddles probably are too wide for the upfront IV cost. So like the crush will kill them or strangles. Um straddles will get killed by the crush also. Like if AWS is just flat quarter over quarter, straddles are bad. So I mean you don't want to buy options on Amazon tonight unless you're getting them for free or you're selling options on it's not that bad, but buying them is kind of shit. Should I stop it on this? I don't see any reason for it to stop running here. Oh, 41.10, right? 41.5 has sufficient interest. It's funny how a narrow beat on lower revised earnings on Amazon is going to make the market move higher when awful GDP did nothing. GDP is not in any ETFs. Woo lad, zero GT puts were not the play. No, they weren't. Too late, Pickle Man. I just went full port Amazon puts. I can't get it wrong 3 times in a row, am I right? You definitely can. When is JPEG gonna bring down the hammers? I don't know, man. Today's GDP data is bad. That's super stagflationary. He might need to. We're doing the yeah, we're finally doing the pumpies again. I think ES 4130. At least close. Okay, now I actually need to put a stop on these. I wonder if there's a way I can set up hotkeys for WeBull and IBKR simultaneously. Probably not. I think the last time I tried this, it kept trying to execute orders on IBKR while I had them both open. How do I get my macros to just work on one of the open brokers at a time? That's got to be a thing. What's it called when you sell a call and a put? A short straddle? I mean, like, what the fuck is Intel gonna announce that's bullish? Like, I don't think Intel's really gonna do much. It's already pretty cheap. 1DT SPY puts seem like a reasonable decision if we hit 4107. What do you think? I might average down this 4090 one I've got. Otherwise, no, I probably won't buy any more puts until I straddle overnight. I mean, SPY 400p are really far out of the money. I just got here. You probably mentioned BTU. They're buying back $1 billion. Yeah, their market cap is $3 billion. Yeah, I know. Oh, shucks. Yeah, I'm not even sure this is done pumping. ES fell just short of 41.30. I might enter another call here in a second. Maybe if it drops back below. Maybe it pulls back down to 41.02. Hold on. Probably not. Could it? Profit taking? Probably not enough profit taking. No problem, man. I kind of feel like I should average down my May 19 40/50s. Can you average them down substantially at this price? I bought most of my puts at like 41.50 and 41.40, so I'm not I'm not really in a position right now where I need to average any of the farther dated ones down. Some of them are still up. If SPX closes above 4100 today, no reason Amazon can't push it to 4150, right? If Meta can have bad earnings but beat expectations, why not Amazon? Or just because they beat expectations doesn't mean they'll go up. Meta and Microsoft both moved up on revised forward guidance, not because of their atrocious earnings or because they beat analyst expectations. Everyone conflates that, but it's not accurate. That's on Tesla puts. I'm thinking of averaging down some that I'm holding. I don't know. I have some farther dated Tesla puts that I'm in, but they're already in the money. I don't think this bounce is sufficient for me to close them. There's still a lot of room to fill that gap on the downside down to like 146. So I don't know. Tesla might bounce a little bit during the ETF FTD period. Generally speaking, everything bounces a little bit during the ETF FTD period, and March OPEX was doing big bullish things. So like market wide. So I would say maybe wait a couple days. Wait till if you want to enter new Tesla puts, maybe wait till after next Monday, Tuesday. Any chance SPX goes back to the opening gap? I don't know. Slim. I don't think the chance of us filling the gap is very good today. I haven't thought it was very good since this morning. Um I don't think that's gotten any better. In fact, I think it's the chances are worse now. Um Back to 40/50 for PCE tomorrow. We don't know what the PCE data is going to look like yet. I have a friend who straddled QQQ at 317, 2-1 to the downside for tomorrow. Should he consider closing the long side or rolling up the put side? QQQ didn't drop very hard yesterday, right? So his like I'd imagine his puts aren't that far out of the money. I mean, Nasdaq's doing good today. But Amazon earnings is still tonight, so I saw some bear spreads on SPY at 4080, 4100. Do you see us dropping back towards 4080 eventually? How much time do you have till expiration? Zero DTE. Risky. 4080, 4100. I don't know if we'll drop back to 4080. Right now it doesn't look good yet. There's no downside momentum yet. There's not a lot of put interest. So you're banking on call capitulation driving the prices down? That's not a good bet. Well, at least recently it hasn't been. Odds SPX breaks 4120 tomorrow. I may or may not have bear call spreads that expire tomorrow. 4120 tomorrow. I mean, we're close. I don't know what the reaction to PCE data is going to be. So, there's definitely a lot of risk there. Can you just spread the other side and turn it into like a condor? That might be safer. Or at least it'll limit your risk. Hmm. 2 days of this. I wonder if I was greedy selling 4120s today. Probably not, right? I can still sell more. I don't think the call entry here is worth it. How are futures looking? Still stable? Trying to push higher. Definitely. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. We're definitely gonna test like 4110. I don't think there's any question of that at this point. I don't know if we're gonna do anything after that though. And unfortunately, buying calls here for $3 is kind of shitty. So I guess I'm just not going to. I suppose I could have set my stop a little looser. Oh well. Man, the video's really not fucking clawing back any ground today, is it? Ah, yes. Die, Lily. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. Do you think SPX gonna end up 4,200 after earnings season is over? Right now, no. No, I don't see 4,200 in the cards. I just want you to know that you're an incredibly patient teacher. We all here appreciate the knowledge you provide, than more than you could possibly know. Respect. Thanks, man. What is driving this pump in SPX? I mean, there's calls, and then there's, futures. This is a pretty decent chunk of zero DTE calls, especially like 4110, 4100. Those levels are where all the focus is right now. Fute's top 4130, settle back down to 4110 for the rest of the day. Maybe. That's kind of where my head's at least. Do you think Bobby could see the same volatility that Revlon had during its bankruptcy period? Well, given that Bobby's float is like 500 times larger, probably not. I guess not 500, 78 times larger. I'm being hyperbolic, but we're just running on earnings since close yesterday. Are calls building to sustain this? I'm not seeing a ton of interest come in higher. There's a little bit coming in at 41.25, which I would expect would be like a more normalized level, but it's still pretty weak. And then the gap from 41.10 to 41.25 isn't very strong either. At least not yet. I'll let you know if those pick up. 4100 sold off and has been selling off pretty hard. So, the bulls are a little skittish here as well. We're still below gamma neutral. Gamma neutral went up today, right? It's at like 4180 now. Worth picking up the put side of the straddle at 4110 and calls if we drift down with a put side bias. We could. Puts at the straddle 4110. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do something like that. I might pick up my puts earlier today. Huh. VIX's still kind of flat. I think we're starting to see a little bit of put accumulation now as we reach the upper range. But I'm not bearish yet on the intraday. We still got time. We're still gonna chop, or we're still gonna move a little, maybe a little higher. I would expect them to at least try to get the 4110 in the money. Unless those really are just all spreads, but and that puts us like right up here. At a minimum, I think that's where we're headed. It's funny how everyone thinks we're pumping to infinity again just because of some upside. But that's what bulls do. Bulls are like, ooh, green and buy. It's actually it's a really important thing to understand about market mechanics and how psychology impacts buying. It's something that big institutions take advantage of a lot. Thank you, Barodaxel. My theory is the market will not stop acting irrationally bullish until Powell makes it crystal clear that they have no intention of pausing this year. If he remains soft, this will continue. I mean, it's not the pausing, right? The Fed's expected to pause this year. Even Powell's expected to hit terminal rate and hold. But it's the it's the reversal, right? That's what the market's betting on. The market's betting that the Fed's going to claw back rates, but Powell already made it crystal clear that he's not doing that, and yet a rate decrease by September is still being priced in. Are you going to straddle or strangle Amazon earnings? Neither. IV is too high, and it requires too much of a move. And I don't think Amazon's going to move that much. I think Amazon would have to move over 10% for a straddle to be worthwhile. Or a strangle. Actually, both. The IV is very high, but yeah, I don't think either of those positions. Like I don't think pure long positions are worthwhile on Amazon's earnings tonight. There's some other strategies which aren't so bad on it, but not a straddle or a strangle. Those look like shit. I mean, the upside this morning is largely driven by put capitulation, right? So like one DTE puts that moved in to cover the downside potential of this morning's GDP report, and last night's earnings closed out, right? And so that, drives some of our upside. And then from here on, this is just, the accumulation of calls at 4,100 and 4,110, right? But now put positioning is displaced, right? So put positioning was down here. Put positioning is going to have to move up if we stay in the upper range, right? Put positioning is going to have to move up towards like 4,100. And that should create drag into the end of the day. I don't know if it'll create enough drag to drop us down, because for us to drop back to fill the gap, the calls have to sell off. And right now they're in a good position. So I don't see them doing. Oh, sorry. He used to throw a bowling ball at the question answer section with not reversing, scribbled on Sharpie pen then. Maybe. I mean, all the big banks, if we're right about like our inflation or interest rate inflation swap theory, then all the big banks want him to reverse, right? It's in all of their best interests for yields to not go any higher. Netflix entry is risky here, but I want puts. It's a little low. Hold on. Like puts the other day when it tested back above 30-30 or a little better. I don't know if I'd get puts here. They're a little risky. This can still kind of break up and retest that 30-30 level. So I might be a little more patient with the Netflix puts. No, Nvidia just tapped gamma neutral and fucking tanked. The bullish interest there has been dying off for like 2 weeks now, so it makes sense that we're starting to see some more aggressive downside. I just want to say this: in the 7 years I've been watching you trade, not getting married to a position and repositioning is one of the most important lessons I've learned. Thanks. No problem, Hazy. It's an important one. Don't pin your hopes on anything. It'll always disappoint you. It's like children. I think some puts on coin would be advantageous. I don't like playing coin very much. Crypto's too volatile. And if there's another like run, like another flight to safety, Bitcoin might pump again. It's just, yeah, it's risky. Probably not worth it. If you want to play Bitcoin with equities, you can always play MSTR. Children are not a repository for your hopes and dreams. They have their own lives, same like options. Thoughts on June 50p on Nvidia? Not bad. It's a decent range. I mean, you probably have time for them to be realized. If not, you definitely have time to reposition them. Mortgage rates increase. Believe it or not, market's still up. Yeah, well, believe it or not, GDP contracted 80% today. Market's still up. Children are made for farm labor, and that is it. Will we get downside end of day from call capitulation? Um, we might get downside to end of day from put accumulation, but not necessarily from call capitulation, right? Does that make sense? Don't forget to toss a like out for the stream if you haven't yet. It helps out immensely, and you get to become an unsung champion of the channel. Nice. I couldn't have put it better myself. Chill. I really want the hopes and dreams of the 4110s to get crushed here. Is that overly bearish of me? Exogenous? You were borderline annoying as fuck, Abe. What do you think? How about that? How about instead of you asking me what I think, since I've outlined it 5,000 times, how about you tell me what you think, and then why you keep asking me the same question that I've already answered? And I know you listened, because you asked me the fucking question yesterday. Five times. So what do you think? Do you just not know? Then why are you YOLOing your money into options? You sound wildly uncertain of the potential outcomes for your position, which means you're either A, over leveraged, or B, don't have enough theta, or C, you're kind of just riding the wave and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. All of those mean that you should not be doing this until you've learned risk management, proper positioning, and how to do at least simple analysis on the market. You forgot D, all of the above? That's possible. I'm fine. I sold puts yesterday. All my other puts are long dated. I don't give a shit what happens. I just made some money on calls. My Lilly puts are printing because it's a bag of shit. And their diabetes drug isn't going to save them. This is what everyone needs to remember in the market. Nothing is fine ever. Everything carries risk. That's how you make money. You're buying options. They're literally insurance. You're buying and selling insurance. It's like you've taken risk and condensed it into these contracts used and designed to offset risk. And then you ask me, is this risky? Yes. My macro view is that markets should be getting more bearish, but the markets are staying up. My earliest puts expire 6/16, and I've been hedging. So what the fuck are you worried about? Have you looked at the macro view, or are you just looking at the 1 minute? Do you want me to show you what the ES looks like on like the 1 hour? Here. What does your thesis tell you about this? Does this look bullish? Have we even reverted to mean from the previous up period? So your thesis is playing out, but why are you nervous? It sounds like you've got plenty of theta. You're hedging your position by selling, offsetting the decay. Are you afraid that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the economy is going to turn around? It's not. It's fucked. It's fucked 6 ways from Sunday sideways. We have rapidly rising inflation month over month. We have increased price indexes on consumer durables, over headline inflation. We have oil prices that still remain up month over month. We have PPI that has not declined sufficiently year over year, at least not within the Fed's expectations. And we're running into another crunch in supply as manufacturing and production drive down, which, all of the manufacturing indexes have been negative for the last 3 months. We have a dollar that's, dropped 40% in value in the last 2 months. Our GDP contracted by 80%. Nothing's good. Nothing. Except for cat earnings, and they're fucking down today. Everybody's earnings are down like 20 to 30% year over year. There's no bull case. You're just listening to the mob. The mob is dumb. The bull case right now is I can buy something and some other asshole might buy it for slightly more money. In the short term, the market is a voting machine. In the long term, it is a weighing machine. If there's one thing that Benjamin Graham got right, that was it. I don't know if we're gonna get 4110. I mean, there's a part of me that really just wants to see the 4110 puts or calls get burned, but they may be sold, right? We don't actually know. Daddy, I'm sorry. I'll put the milk back next time. I'm glad you qualified some other asshole. Here in the pickle jar, we're all assholes. Some just smell better than others. Quickly, while your ire is up, ban Carl. No, you and him will live together forever, JT Acula. I just came up with this on my own. The market is a device to transfer money from the impatient to the patient. Is there any data source or pattern that can let you distinguish between bought versus sold calls? You can use skew, provided the positioning is large enough. You can infer. Um, you can use skew. You can use bid ask, and you can use like VIX correlation as positioning comes in. Uh, it's a little bit better with the VIX 1 day than it was prior to that, but before that you could use the 9 day. All of those can give you a very good idea. Skew is the only one that can truly tell you if it's bought or sold, and that you have to wait for OI updates for. But you can make, you know, an assessment of bought versus sold on the intraday with the others. HELE seems primed for a dump after earnings. CEO and CFO left. Did they suck? I feel like that's a fair question. I'll look at it though. Durables. Home buying's still up. It's uh, that could be a dangerous short. I'd wait. I'd wait till the earnings exuberance cools a bit. Like think about the macro for them at least. That's the case I would consider, not knowing much about the company itself. Is that, you know, home buying is up, um, new leases are up, right? So people are moving, um, and durables inflation is up. So if you consider like their pricing power is really strong right now, and the sector's probably going to have a residual period of growth from all the home buying, right? That's at least, I mean, without doing more research on the company, that's at least something I'd be cautious of. Hard goods, you sell them. You sell the hard goods. Or you put them back in and crank them till they're soft. Gray pubes. Every now and again, you sound like a frustrated elementary school teacher. We need this. Thank you. I don't know. People don't have a lot of conviction. I guess I guess that's hard. You learn it with time and experience, but it's also really important. And it's hard because in the market you have to both have conviction and you also have to be able to just walk away. And some people, you know, they pick one or the other and they can't do both. And if you want to trade, I mean, it's really important that you're able to do both. Planning to hold your 190 meta puts at all? I mean, yeah, they could only go up at this point, and they're basically worthless, right? So, I mean, maybe meta pulls back to like 220 next week, and I get a few more cents out of them. But I already took profits on the long side, so they're paid for. All right, Kirk, you're so smart. What have I got in my pocket? Your hand. Kirk, your rant has convinced me to go to the gym. Also, the bakery accepted my Bobby cake design, and my birthday is Monday. Happy early birthday. It's hard to maintain conviction on the bear side, as timing is everything. Yeah, timing is more important when you're taking short positions, especially on indexes. What's your thoughts on why Nvidia is underperforming the Nasdaq? Well, it's slipped below gamma neutral. Um, so yeah, there's a net negative hedge there, right? Um, you know, calls for a while have been skewing towards the short side. So, you know, it's losing momentum. It's also picking up competition across the AI space. Like when the whole AI thing kicked off, Nvidia saw all of the positive surge from that, right? All of the momentum went into Nvidia. And now, as you know, now Microsoft's an AI target, Meta's an AI target. Um, you know, it's starting to break up and move away from just the chip sector and more towards like the SaaS sector, which is frankly where it should be because Nvidia is not selling anything. Gurk, I've learned from you that you can't trade with emotions, especially as a bear. Let the feelings die inside of you and then bury them. Yes. Well, read it, Hugh. Just read the book. I'm not gonna be your Spark Notes. Nice bag holder. Happy birthday, man. Thoughts on selling 172.50 Apple for next week? Haven't hit that price since August of last year. Pre-earnings? Is the 7-year auction in 14 minutes gonna move anything? Jesus Christ, this is boring. Yeah, it is. And really not overly bearish yet either. I will say that we are not seeing a lot of call accumulation to the upside. It really does seem to be capped at 4110, which is making it seem more and more like those calls are sold. Not only have we not rallied up into them as we would if 2 billion gamma was positive, right? If we had 2 billion positive gamma above us, we would have pushed up into it. We're not. So I think at least a lot of the 4110 is sold because it's acting as quite the ceiling here. In much the same way that call buyers sell puts, put buyers sell calls. What about SREF? Is it doing something cool? Ooh, it's going up. Nice. Up 5% today. Huh. It's trading at a discount to spot and NAV still. Should I buy more? No. I just bought some at 11. I have too much uranium exposure already. I learned from you that you won't send me a copy of Options as Strategic Investment with classy picks. Oh, Jesus. Why'd you have to use that word? Here in public? Did the market forget about the impending FRC collapse? I don't think so. Awesome, Joe. Are they gonna buy puts on SPX at 3,000 for Jan 24? Crazy or market crash prep? It's both of those things. If I want to take delivery of uranium, where is a good place to store it? I don't know. You have a garage? Any potential for QQQ to get to 290 or so by 616? Or does that seem too optimistic? It's pretty optimistic. It's a 10% drop. A little more, right? Yeah, roughly 10%. If FRC goes into receivership over the weekend, I think the Fed said they're not going to. So you mean if FRC becomes insolvent over the weekend? That would obviously not be good. Do you think we hit 4120 before heading back down? Today? I mean, today it doesn't look very likely. Let's say FRC gets... Okay, I already answered that question. Selling FRC CSPs is just easy money right now. Till you get assigned. Zero DT positioning is still strong at 4110 and 4100, but it's not really picking up more to the upside, and more puts are coming into the downside now. So we may have like a midday or towards the end of the day reversal back to like 4100 or 4190. Or we'll just stay in this range until tomorrow, until PCE. Futures are moving a little bit towards 4130. I think SPX is gonna need the futures pump if it's gonna move to 4110 because there's just like not enough interest coming in to drive it without futures. Mark Mahaney from Evercore ISI Group gave Meta a buy rating of 350. Who the fuck even is that? Who cares? By now, it's not too late. 1 second, guys. Oh, look, I missed nothing. Awesome. I'm right here. How can you even intelligently gamble in this market when Meta's net profits drop by 24% year over year? Ad revenue is down by 17%, and the stock rips 15%. Hear me out, butterflies. Did you close the call side of your straddle at 4090-ish? From the failure at 4100. No, I closed the call side at 40. I can tell you. I got stopped out of the call side at 11:33. If not, is it because you saw more call options coming in? Yeah, I held it through the morning because more call options were coming in. No problem, Tom Tom. Thanks for being here, man. Doing a support session via email? Kill me? Or do they not have any other form of communication? Can't you guys tie notes to rocks and throw them back and forth? Last August hit that price after earnings. Oh, you're selling covered calls on Apple at 172.50? I was up until 12:30 last night playing Valheim. Then it dawned on me. I'm so glad I don't have children. What a beautiful epiphany. Thinking about it, yes. Okay. Well, if you think Apple's going to test ones, do you think it's going to drop? Are you selling them in the money? Or are you just selling them at the money at 172.50 if it hits that? That doesn't seem unreasonable to think that it won't retain all-time highs, given that almost every metric is down. Nope, that's a lie. All of their metrics are down. You know, Hazy, you could still have children and just be a bad parent. I have kids and I stayed up till midnight playing Minecraft. It can be done. See? Ham and cheese croissant. I don't care what options Lenixis bought in his paper trading account. Until he shows me time and sales, it's bullshit. I really don't get it anymore. Everything points towards a terrible economic environment. Why isn't there more selling going on? This GDP thing really got to me. How do you know there isn't selling going on? Are you buying 4090 puts? I'm thinking about buying another one here in a minute. I'm not buying a lot of them, but I already sold spreads, so. Well, I guess if I believe that my spread is going to print, then I should also believe that my 4090 is going to print. Not that they have the same conditions, but. Hmm. I didn't recommend anybody get Microsoft 250p's. So I hope never. Oh, I've got a new game I'm playing. I'm buying every cup noodle from H Mart, and they have like 300 of them. Until I find the absolute best, like the de facto best cup noodle. This one has little pieces of dried octopus in it. I've only done one, and it was meh, Jason. This one is Nong Shim. Someone at my door? Hold on. Oh, I just stubbed my toe. Really, really bad. Fuck. I, you know, I should have yelled. I didn't yell. No, it was my big toe. Maybe I don't need to research what the best cup noodle is. I could just go into the Bobby subreddit and ask, right? Fuck. It's like getting worse over time. Bobby's can't afford cup noodles. I've seriously wasted too much time with these assholes. They're paying you, right? Have you seen the Hodel brand cup noodles? No, is that a real thing? Shin Ramyun Spicy Noodle Black Premium Version. Shin Ramyun Kimchi Ramyun Spicy Noodle Soup with kimchi flavor. Neoguri Spicy Seafood Noodle Soup. Hapagetti Black Bean Noodle Soup. Jesus. This one is Nongshim Tonkotsu. Mix Nangshin with Trader Joe's Burrito? That sounds disgusting. Is the sodium in this excessive? It's only like 70% of my daily sodium. $41.15 call interest. Hmm. Might actually just put a stop on this. Per serving? There's only one serving. Yeah, it's just one serving. Tell Abe you're sorry it was the noodles. No. I like some food from Southeast Asia, just not a lot of it. These aren't huge SPX moves. Hmm. That's delicious. I'm going to give it a 7. That's a 10 in Scranton. Bye, bye, bye. Futures are at 41.30. This ramen review deserves its own channel until its completion. This is a good idea. I can just have people from all over the world send me cup noodles, and then I review them. Why would I do that? Where would I find the time to do that? Yeah, and I'd have to get a P.O. box. My toe finally stopped hurting. The tonkotsu ramen bowls from Costco are some of the best. Ooh. I think the only ramen they had at my Costco is like the top ramen stuff. I hate that stuff. I had to eat it way too much as a child. I'll pass. The poorest deserve to know which cup noodles are the best. Just give us your address, bro. It's cool. No, it won't be. Hmm. I can't tell if they're buying 4125s. What if they are? Besides broth and noodles, what are your must-haves for ramen? Um, Good question. Hmm. Chashu, bean sprouts, um, is that the Nita Magu? Nita Mago? That's the egg, right? The Menma, um, the seaweed. I like miso. Yeah, the egg is the shit. Corn, yeah, corn's okay. I won't like get corn, but if it's in there, sure. Kikarage. Oh yeah, the mushrooms are really good too. I don't like the fish cake. I've not tried putting butter and shoyu. I love pineapple and jalapenos in my ramen. Well, you are from Texas, so What's up, dude? I miss the good old days when we would hear full bull 3 times a day. Sorry. 4110s were bought. I'm still not entirely sure about that. But if they're sold, they're not going to want to stay open for a lot longer. They're buying some at 4120 and 4125, or selling some there. Is this piece of shit gonna die to 4080? And we're hoping for too much. I think you're hoping for too much for today. 4080 still seems like a bit of a stretch. If we get back below 4100 before power hour, maybe. Yeah, I'm still waiting on puts. Not much longer, but a little bit longer. I feel like on the I feel like on the 5 minute it kind of makes sense to retest like I don't know, maybe like 4120. Although I would like to see our long-term trend act as a bit more of a resistance. But I think we're already past that. Yeah, so this downtrend, like this is, it broke down and now it's breaking up. I think that's invalidated as far as we're concerned at this point. This is definitely over. Yeah, I mean it kind of makes sense. That would be a retest of our trend from like August. So on the technical side, I kind of see it as a possibility. But that also makes me think we drop harder into close. Because almost, I mean, at that point, almost all the put positioning would have to move. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. What's up, Johnny Diamond Hands? Cries and sold 4120s. You can roll them. Or if you have theta, I mean. What are your thoughts on SPX 4090 puts expiring tomorrow? I have one. I don't know if I want to buy another one. I might just cut this one. I already paid for it with calls, so it's kind of just sitting there. Um, I might be about to pay for it with even more calls. But if we get like a sufficient rejection, it doesn't seem like a bad strike. How pivotal is Friday's March PCE data? I think it depends on the data. Amazon at 110, I kind of want to short. That's fair. So you're saying ES 42.77.75 has a chance? No. That doesn't sound like it does. Those were cheap. All right, futures topping the one standard deviation. Uh, 41.25 buying picking up here, but not 41.20. So maybe we don't get a full bull data tomorrow night. Sub 40.50 next week. Still expected based on positioning. I mean, next week's gonna boil down to the Fed decision, right? But yeah, the positioning at 40.50 and 4,000 is still bearish. That's like long. The longer dated positioning hasn't moved a lot. I'm feeling a small sell-off into end of day. I kind of agree. I think we'll see our high point somewhere soon. We're getting pretty close to the upper range. It keeps extending a little bit, which is annoying, but I mean I can't predict positions coming in as they come in. Did I just get not stopped out? What the fuck is going on with this strike? Did you guys see that? What the fuck was that shit? Alright, cool. Oh, sorry. I had to stop at 5 and this like crazy wick happened all the way down to 3. Now I'm stopped out. Those fills weren't meant for pores. Is Meta gonna stay pinned this week? I have no idea. The options chain on it's kind of all over the place right now. Let me see if it's gotten any better since this morning. I doubt it. It was a fucking mess. I mean, it's hard for it to move up much more than it already has. People are selling the volatility like crazy, so a pullback's not out of the question. It's $40 above like gamma neutral though. Oh, the good old concentrated futures push. Gotta love it. Those calls were awesome. $3 each. Not bad. Take that. Is it a stop loss on an indication we're going to see more ups? Could be. Could have been short calls closing at 40, like 41.15. Jerome Powell just frothing at the mouth, watching regards pump the market, making his decision much easier. I wonder how he addresses stagflation. 0.25. And I think the market already expects 0.25. I don't think he's going to do damage, like serious damage to equities, unless he goes higher. Or they raise the target rate. About those puts needing to reposition latter part of the day between like 2:30 and 3. No problem, actual Dan. Credit spreads are a bit too good on SPX. I feel like I might get wrecked. Maybe. Which? What? Stagflation? I mean, we're technically not there yet, but we're very close. If unemployment ticks up, then we are. Hey, Greg, hope you're having a great week. Thanks for everything. Any chance I can grab your thoughts on Tesla short term? Um, I wouldn't enter any bearish positions on it till next week, but after like Tuesday next week, I would say that I would probably be targeting the downside gap at a minimum. All right, and that's what I am targeting. Uh, I mean, technically, it's if you move into a recession during an inflationary environment, you almost always have a period of stagflation. Um, so I'm sure we'll probably get one. I don't think Dork's wrong. Super's not currently in a civil war incurred because of allegedly silenced DD called the heat lamp theory. Oh, Jesus Christ. Have you ever thought that the longer we sit here and watch the SPX, the longer it will take to crash? So, like, if we just stop looking at it straight down, a watched market never crashes. Well, I'm just gonna buy more calls if you say that to me, Dork. Are we seeing any downs today? My puts are at 40.95 and 4100. Maybe later, but probably not to the level you want them to go to. Do you have theta on them, or are they zero DTEs? If they're zero DTEs, why the fuck are you still holding them? Kirk, that BTU call is green. I sold it at open, but it's green for the MM I sold it back to. Time to YOLO some zero DTE 4115. Hmm. Interesting. Is 5 DTE too much theta? If I'm trying to scalp the potential top of this range with a 4120p, no. I mean, it's a very small move, right? I don't think that's too much theta. It's a lot of theta, but if you have to like hold it overnight, I guess. I I probably wouldn't use a 5 DTE to scalp with. They tend to be less profitable. If this keeps up, we're going to see the 4130 gap by today. OI changing much? More 4110 puts. More 4100 puts. Not more 4125 calls, though, surprisingly. I'm really being way too conservative with my call positions in this market right now. I think every call I've closed for like the last 3 weeks has been like $20 below where the price ended up for the day. Like they're profitable. I mean, like, what am I not going to take 100% profits? But at the same time, I should really maybe just be greedier with them. Why? I had calls. The market can go up today and it can go down tomorrow. My point, Abe, was that you have till June, right? You have a ton of time. And you're worried about what's happening on one day, right? Like if you're gonna swing trade, and you're targeting like a 300 point move to the downside, right? You've got to be able to, ignore and manage this shit because it's not just gonna fucking move straight down to your target. It's not just gonna fall off a fucking cliff. I mean, sometimes it will, but rarely, right? Like I have far dated puts right now. I'm not worried about them at all, and it's not because I have money, right? It's because it's gonna take time to realize those prices, and I know that, right? We have to move through, a lot of positioning and a lot of economic news, but I don't expect them to like print tomorrow. I got a 5.1% raise. A sign off bonus before they replace you with Chat GPT. Pretty sure it's because you have an 8-figure bank account, even though it's with FRC. My bank account is not with First Republic, at all. Um, and no, it's not. It's not because of that. Amazon will crush. It's Amazon. Thoughts? I don't know, their last earnings wasn't so hot. I already kind of weighed out my thoughts on Amazon. Either AWS beats or AWS misses. It's going to be pretty simple. If it beats, they go up. If it misses, they'll stay flat or go down. Amazon's far more fairly valued right now, too, than like Meta or Nvidia. I'm not keeping 8 figures in a bank account. I'm not a fucking idiot. Haha, Surfa. I only said it once. He said it. Deal with this more easily. You get downvoted on our personal finance every time I mention options. Maybe you just get downvoted because you're unlikable. It's earnings. Why would I make a prediction on it, Diamond Dick? It's not dodging the question. It's true. Amazon earnings will be determined. The outcome of their earnings will be determined by their AWS earnings over the last quarter. I don't know what the fuck those are. Do you? Are you an insider at Amazon? I'm not playing their earnings. Are you always that rude? Pretty frequently, yeah. I don't rent it. I don't think it's an investment. It's only losing value right now. If you were an insider at Amazon, what would your thoughts be? Chances of an alien invasion crashing the market today? Probably low. I would say low. We had an insider yesterday, and he said a bunch of people got fired. I mean, that just pads earnings, though, right? Layoffs are good in the short term. And then the costs of that become apparent the next quarter after the severance is paid out. Chances of an alien invasion pushing the market higher. Pretty good, actually. What if they're an artificial intelligence? Jesus Christ. I'd buy so many calls. You wouldn't be alone. VIX is kind of picking up. I thought I bought some puts at the peak today. I was wrong. Dr. Cyborg, are you going to try to tell me that VIX one day is at an all-time high? Good news, I do not expect Zom to pump AI. You're welcome. Turns out if you straddle in the morning and chase wherever it goes, you make money. Go figure. Yep. How can Amazon have a negative 386 PE ratio? Their last earnings were not good. They missed. I think their EPS was like 2 cents or something like that. Why I always gotta get timed out? You're annoying. You're maybe more annoying than bipolar bear. Slightly less annoying than walking, but more annoying than bipolar bear. Is Veronica a woman? No, it's the internet. Girk, you beautiful, beautiful man. Cashed out Spy 427 410 Cs for 1275%. Fucking A, nice, dude. Good job, Water Bucket. I've been on my best behavior. You take that back. I will not. You're at least the fourth most annoying person in here. Time and time again, I've had to listen to your goddamn bull case for the market. SPX 5000. Well, my 5,000 calls haven't printed at all, Bipolar Bear. And it's your fault. I have an SPX downside PT for today. I don't know when puts are gonna come in. If they do, it'll drag us a little lower, but I don't know how much. If we actually get a turnaround in the momentum, which we haven't yet, that could extend out a little further. I'd think that they would be targeting like 4,100 for their positioning for tomorrow. Like the put positioning at 4,100 that's there now hasn't moved a lot. You'd think it would stay there. But the calls that are in the money have no reason to sell. So unless something pressures them, there's no downside, right? You're really not that annoying, Cobra. Who's most annoying? Walken, by a long shot. But it's okay. I banned him from the Discord last night. So I don't have to listen to him outside of the stream. YouTube, it's harder. He'll just keep making fucking Gmail accounts. I wouldn't give you the satisfaction of ranking you, Mr. Gold. I'll think about it, Diamond Dick. Stefan's up there. Top 3. We're YOLOing into BBBY at 3 cents. Twitter's telling me that the buy mark for baby MOASS. What say you, shill pickle? I'm not buying that crap. Did you answer my DM, Gaff? Give me insider information. I'll ban you too, Bob. Nvidia creeping back up. I wonder if I'll get to short at GN twice in one day. Ooh. I didn't even think about that. That's too greedy, right? To short it at GN twice? Good thing Gork doesn't know who I am. SPX got some early mid Feb vibes. Mid Feb vibes, maybe? Like mid to late Feb vibes. Says the guy who can't be bothered to look at his DMs. That's not true. You just sent that. Pi-Fi banning people again? Are we talking about collars? No. 1020 spy puts locked in. Wait, did you buy 10 or 20 or are they for October 20th? I've been asking to get banned for months, and now you're just handing them out? I'm not gonna ban you. The hedging thing is really awesome, but as a lover of gambling, it's hard to shake the need for big one-sided wins. You know what? You know what happens when you hedge and then your hedge prints super hard? You also won. I know it's crazy, but take a minute and think about it. That's what I like about you, Brett. You choose quality over quantity. They tricked me by letting the market act normally for 2 days. Don't get fooled. It feels like we are moved bearish. Is the data supporting this? Not yet. I will say, I don't think this pump improved call side profitability all that much, though. I mean, we're still pretty short of where we were last Friday. So calls through the rolling period are still slipping. Calls bought this morning doing great, however. Ooh. That's kind of nice. Quality over quantity is what I tell my kids when they ask for 3 meals a day. Fucking leeches. This is the lamest GME OPEX ever. What gives? There was no OPEX. There was no, like, OPEX happened, but it wasn't expected to be good for GME. It's not just all the OPEXs, right? It's some of them, and nowadays, barely that. Why not? Because no one wants to buy calls on it, and it's overvalued. So retail's not buying calls on it because they DRS their shares. And then institutions aren't buying calls on it because it's overvalued. November OPEX already happened, Gaff. Get with the times. Retail also isn't selling puts on it because they're stupid. Shh. Don't give away all the secrets, Derek. No, not every non-holiday OPEX is an OPEX unless it isn't an OPEX. I've been busy with meetings all day, and SPX just decides to melt up 100 BPS. Cool, yeah. I don't know if you're right. You've used too many double negatives. Buy more Cardano. Thanks, Turd. Ugh. It's 212. I just straddled Amazon. Roast me. I don't need to. What do you do if IV crushes and it doesn't move up or down? Just imagine this. Just flat through tomorrow. It's not impossible. I mean, just why? Like, I don't. Whatever. Do you have margin? Do you not have margin? If you don't have margin, whatever. A straddle's better than a strangle at that point. But if you have margin, why not take advantage of this increased implied volatility? Do you think I've been doomed at life from the beginning? My initials are AMC. Oh dear God. Don't tell people that publicly. I'm not going to go on your run for you. No margin. I guess if you, I mean, then yeah, I guess if you really want exposure. I mean, just remember that you're paying 50% more on your options to buy them today, right? That's the shitty part. Like you're not getting a deal because the market maker has already priced in them winning. What was your question, Surfa? There, I answered it. You asked me a question. Can you answer my question? Yes. Do you like cantaloupe? It's not bad. I don't I don't dislike cantaloupe. My initials are DRS. No, they're not. Are you able to accomplish missionary as a centaur? I don't know. I've never signed up to be a missionary. Do you throw your spaghetti against the wall to see if it's ready? No. Hmm. Doesn't seem worth it. Hmm. I might do equal weighting to the for the straddle. Both of my puts and calls are up right now. That's called implied. That's because IV's going up. Damn. $5 more, huh? Where's futures? 41.45. That's impressive. We're not far off of it, right? It's 41.30, 41.35. God damn it. Hmm. Think this comes down at all into end of day? Well, I think the 4100 puts are going to have to reposition. They've already started to a little bit. Probably 4110 too. Yeah. Do we discover free unlimited clean energy on US soil or something? I mean, it's a crazy run, but it's not that nuts. What will Super Songers think when Spy goes back to an all-time high and Jamie remains at 19? Do you think they'll notice? My 412 403 puts were up 17%, down 45% at the moment. Still confident we'll head down next week, but this run is making me sweat a bit. Do you think rolling out 1 week is worth it? I mean, it's worth it for your peace of mind. Sounds like. And I'll be honest with you, I don't have any. I don't really have any shorter dated. I don't have any puts that short dated right now. I don't think. I might have a couple. Let me look. Mm, No, 40.25 for May 19, but that's I have a few 40.90s, but those are just like 0 DTEs or 1 DTEs. Do you think this is SPX short covering? No, I do think some sold call positions got blown up at like 41.10 and 41.15 though. Do you have any long dated puts on SPY SPX? Yeah. No, not that far out. June. I just want to make sure I got this right. GDP was initially forecasted at 2.3. Last minute they adjusted to 1.5, and this morning they announced 1.1, and jobs are still tightening. Yep, that's correct. The labor market remains robust. Well, I mean, as far as the 4-week unemployment average indicates, right? Which isn't like the greatest metric. Reposition my 402p to 408p. Guess I'm repositioning again. Yeah. The data was bearish though, right? I mean, yeah, it's not good news. What if JPOW neither raises the target rate or does a 0.5 hike? He still does 0.25. Didn't they raise the debt ceiling today? Not as far as I was aware. Is that even due yet? I don't see anything about the debt ceiling being raised. They're in talks. SPX OI update. Um, 41, 20, 15, and 10 selling off on the call side. 4105 and 4100 are selling off on the call side. Few puts coming in at 4120. Calls at 4125, 4130 are nuts. 4135, not really moving a lot yet. 4140 up a bit. 4140, 970 million. So 4140 is climbing right now. GOP passed a bill to raise the debt ceiling 1.5, which is about half a year of our deficit budget. Hmm. So this only passed the House, though. That's never gonna fucking pass through the Senate. 1.5 trillion. Yeah, it's bill doesn't mean shit. Is this not a bit over exuberant? I mean, for today, no. They had a good bit of put capitulation to open the market on, and they took advantage of it and carried the momentum, right? I don't know where puts are going to position at end of day. And I mean, with the bullish momentum, we don't even know if it's going to drag down, right? I bought a call this morning to hedge my puts. Somehow I got stopped out of both. Need to excite better stops. Is that not good to get stopped out of both? Did you get stopped out of the call profitably and limit the loss on the put side? That seems not bad. Day-to-day options activity on SPX makes sense. We can see ups like this, but on the heels of really bad economic data, it's kind of weird. It is what it is. Do some people say stomped out instead of stopped out? Do they? Is that a thing people say? Does anybody know? Why is it every time the market moves up, people say bear market over? Buy the inverse dip. What the fuck am I gonna buy for my straddle? 4150 is dumb. Well, we're not at 4150. So that should help ease choices. Truth be told, how hard is it to trade without having data to identify potential ranges or movements? Are you just trading with a screen and a number? You don't have charts? What's your opinion on the book Wyckoff Methodology in Depth by Ruben Villahermosa? Well, I don't know why Ruben Villahermosa feels the need to rewrite Wyckoff's methodology that Wyckoff already wrote, but I don't think it's worth reading an entire book about. I have, I just don't think it's worth it. Wyckoff's not very complex, despite them being able to write 300-page books about it. It's pretty simple. Institutions buy the bottom and sell the top. Everyone else is a chaser or a bag holder. Someone with not a lot of capital, would it be a bad strategy to position into SPXL and SPXS and sell calls when the SPX moves in either direction? That sounds awful. Also, you have volatility decay in those funds. Can you explain to me again why bulls never take profits? I mean, they usually do. This is not that though, right? This is systematic buying of higher and higher strikes in order to drive index prices higher. It's not it's not about profit taking. It's about floating the indexes and their underlying stocks. Speaking of which, still not a gamma neutral. I'm a bag holder and a chaser. Noted, pigeon teeth. If I work at Amazon and see how many packages have been going out the last 3 months, is that insider trading if I'm an entry level? Probably not. Maybe slightly unethical. I don't know if you have access to any privileged information. Quoting from 300. This is insanity. Who's doing the pumping? People with the money to do it. There's not a lot of participants with that much money. Banks, market makers. Not even a lot of market makers have that much money. Getting people off those treasuries, though. I guess if we look back at early Feb, we saw back and forth like this for a week before it settled down. Yeah. I don't know why you're looking at early Feb. There's no comparison between now and then, but do you think one DTE puts are enough to capture profit here? All right, maybe. I don't know if we're gonna come down. Eh, okay, maybe we will start to come down. I think futures finally failed the test. I wouldn't trust it a lot though. Shady. Puts coming in anywhere? Mm. The last 2 days, market goes down. Earnings good, market back up to spot. Today, Amazon earnings, market go big ups because banks anticipating a big miss. Thus, market go down again, back to spot. Wait, what? Are you walking? Interesting. How many cell phones does this guy have? Are we crashing back down or is this a fake out? What do you mean crashing? We moved down like $3. If we come in at forecast for PC tomorrow, which way will we go? How much weight do you give the data when it seems they'll position however they want and just explain the data to fit it? I mean, you just follow the positioning, right, and ignore the data. That's the best way to handle it. If we're gonna have a lot of volatile trading before the FOMC meeting, then that's the way it's gonna be. Play it on the intraday or straddle overnight. I mean, they can only do that because no one's selling, right? There's no heavy selling. And they're not APs. I think he's saying if they kind of pushed it up on not much, will it come down just as fast? It usually does, yeah. But, I mean, when all our upside is supported by derivatives, it's not very stable, is it? The question is not how many accounts Wocket has. The question is why are they all subscribed to Dillionaire? I know. Thanks, turd. Hey, Greg, on the topic of random stock crashes, Nvidia's been crashing on the daily for the last day or so. Also, crashing on the weekly since the start of the year. Is VIX really going to go below 17 again? Maybe. I know a trader who only trades morning open straddles. No. I mean, most of today's pump is due to the accumulation of zero DTE calls. We're moving back up into the range of the longer dated calls. So they're starting to pick up gamma, but it doesn't look like the positioning's any stronger than it was. Maybe some put repositioning. 519 looks about the same. Hmm. Hmm. Gonna flip at 407. 4140. 4140 is a test of the 1.25. So that'd be ES back above 4150. Hmm. Can I buy more calls again? No, I think I'll wait it out. Was GME the canary in the cold mine? What? I don't think they're rescuing anything. I mean, there were some positions at 4100 maybe, but beyond that, no. It wasn't like 2 weeks ago where they had like a bunch of like out of the money calls that were going to expire at the end of the week. There was a few, but not a ton. And most of those weren't in this range, right? Those were down at like 4100, maybe like a little bit at 4110. Are you buying an NUE 150C 1 DTE with me? Steel up? Mm, hmm. Probably not. We did bounce. It doesn't look that bad, actually, but probably no. Missed on revenues, though. Huh. VVIX? What about it? It's kind of doing an esoteric thing. um, it's doing a thing. But maybe the thing it's doing is just because VIX is getting absolutely fucking destroyed right now. Just one. Mine's up 48% right now. Bullish. Oh, okay. Nice. SPX pump tomorrow, regardless of Amazon earnings and PCE. 4150 end of week. 4200 straddles for FOMC. Nah. Yes. Well, not like for GME. It's based on the spread of options on a spread of options on SPX. I wonder how. I mean, I don't think VIX one day factors into VVIX. Any thoughts on Amazon earnings? Thoughts if it was discussed? No. I think analyst estimates for Amazon are pretty moderate. They're not nearly as pulled back as they are for a lot of the other mega caps, but Amazon's also more fairly valued right now. It's just going crazy, beef. That's funny. Is that Wall Street Journal? Market's bullish on stagflation, man. Give it the times. That's on picking up 12 DTE 4100p today versus tomorrow. Cheap put is very tempting here for FOMC hold. Really? Why so far out of the money, though? For 12 DTE? Like, don't you think that's a bit ridiculous? Is this the biggest move in SPX since Jan 20? No, I don't think so. I think we had a bigger pump back on like the end of March, like March 30th, 31st. Bloomberg? When gap fill? Close. It's almost closed. $2 more? I guess I could put a line on it. Hold on. That way we can see it. There's no way that's the biggest move in one day for this year. March 16th was 2.25. Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at the right date. That's November. Jan 6th was 2.26. $1.7. That's the second. I think it's the second largest. It's not the largest range, but it's the second largest intraday move. Yeah. Pretty impressive. Oh, did we fill the gap yet? Nope. Still more to go. This would be a lot for fucking filling a $4 gap. Make it stop. I'm scared. Do we get another data by long-term QQQ puts or what? Maybe. Are you averaging down June puts before FOMC around these prices or waiting until after? Let's see. June puts are down. I'm only down 5% on them. I don't really think I want to average them down much. Now the gap's closed. How could we have seen this coming, or is it just repositioning the whole way up? I mean, you can't really. It is, right? So, this morning, like, we knew it was going to be bullish, right? We had the overnight put capitulation, and we opened into like strong 4100 and 4110 levels, right? So this morning's like bullishness up into like the 4090 range looked locked in, and then if we broke higher, but then everything subsequent to that is just they pull calls and reposition, pull calls, reposition, pull calls, reposition, right? So that's like minute by minute. Do you not see this as the beginning of the push to have the calls in the money going into next Wednesday? It seems obvious with the gap up this morning and melt up. No? What would be the advantage of that? And not very many calls are in the money, right? They're selling off the in the money calls and repositioning them higher. Sell off into close or push for 4150. Mm. Well, we hit the 1.25 deviation, so if we're gonna reject anywhere, it's right here. Otherwise, futures are just gonna keep rolling up. Forty-one, 45, 41.50 low, but there are calls. I think we test 41.40 at least, bare minimum. Unless the only way we don't is if futures sell off hard, and they're not. Futures volume is consistent throughout this period. Yeah, X capital contracts that are 100 BPS out of the money are always cheap. For longer term SPX puts, do you need to roll at 21 DTE? Or is it okay to wait a bit longer? I mean, you can wait a bit longer, but your theta is going to decay faster. How's VIX going up and SPX? People buying puts while SPX goes up. If you count the gap up, does this make today the largest day gain this year? No. The gap up is counted. It's the second largest. Just a quick question. What in the actual fuck is this? I'm not salty because it chased a 0 DT to break even. But is this the revenge of the ghost of Tom Lee future? It's a hard push. Yeah, it's well, your percentage gain on the day is from the previous close. We're only 4 minutes into power hour. What do you think, Dork? 41.50, 41.30. We're just gonna do 200 up, 200 down, 200 up, 200 down until the FOMC meeting. I'll buy a call right now. Watch it not print. Please do. Well, this is operationally a single entity? I don't think so. Not one. This is huge. This isn't small. JPOW must be seething right now. The debt ceiling bill was passed by the House. I don't think so, because it's just like it's dead upon arrival, right? Political pump. Does it still defund the IRS? The bill? Yeah. Why pump the market this much if not rescuing positions? Just trying to get people out of bonds? Trying to get people to stop buying them, maybe. Look at fucking yields today. They started the 2 years 3% up already. It's back above 4.0. Gherk for Fed chair 2025. No one would like that. I would have just done 10% last year. I love putting the pressure on JPal. Like, bro, look at the market. It's fine. Don't buzz kill it. Yeah, I know. I've seen the VIX one day. My favorite is MSM saying this is because Meta beat expectations. Well, Meta's a $500 million company that picked up, or a $500 billion company that picked up 15% value overnight, right? And then this pump represents like trillions of dollars. So sure, yeah, it's because Meta beat earnings. You're really wrong, but you're dead wrong about the market being boring today. Well, the first part of the day was boring, right? We just like drifted up to 4,100 and then sat there. This part of the day, not boring at all. Oh, this is actually gonna fail? That can't be real, right? Bear's about to appear out of nowhere? Oh, fuck. So we better start buying the shit out of that 4130 strike. There's no floor on this. It's a trap. What do you think the odds to get 50 BPS are? I don't know. The GDP report today kind of changes things a bit. I mean, he doesn't want stagflation, right? I mean, now more than ever with growth contracting before inflation's contracting sufficiently, you'd think aggression would be the answer. Like hawkishness seems I would assume hawkishness would be the answer to that, but I don't know how strongly the Fed's going to weight just the advance number, right? There's three reports for GDP over the quarter. So leaning on just one data set there seems like something the Fed wouldn't do. The whole day was a bull trap. Put bang's increasing a little bit. Not a ton, though. I mean, there's still a shitload of support at 40.30, 40.25. Like, futures sold off there, but I don't think they'd spend that much money just to give up. I've been in a meeting for the last 6 weeks. Understandable. When is JPOW gonna put the market back in the naughty chair? Well, if he is, next week. Can you run over there and cut the power real quick? Please scroll down on GMA. Hmm. $41.30, $41.25, $41.20. A short call's closing? Hmm. There goes FRC again. Oh, big dump. Is there a bank on here? How is this pump fooling anyone into not buying treasuries when GDP is 80%? Negative 80%. It's an 80% retraction. And I think people are buying treasuries. I think the yields are just also moving up. Like the 1 year's being super crazy today. I think they're just shorting the fuck out of GME. I think they covered their ETF FTDs. They're just slamming it into the dirt. Have you ever had any pets? I think my dog might be on her way out. She peed blood this morning. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm more sad than when I've had some relatives pass. Take her to the vet. How often do 2% updates occur on declining GDP news, but Meta beat earnings? Meta beat analyst expectations of a 25% decline in net income. Instead, they only had a 24% decline in net income. Double top? Maybe. They're not pricing puts down right now. But futures is still struggling. Still hung up at the 1.25. How can I tell if I'm gay? Well, Dennis Ryan, do you like dick? Discord down. Oh, weird. Does Move only report daily? Unless you have ICE data. Yeah. I don't like it, but I do what I must to survive. Might be going back to that well we talked about last night sooner than I thought. Oh, Ben. All you had to do was buy a couple calls this morning. The SPX shows negative 210 million in call premium and 444 million in put premium for the day. Huh. That seems off. What data source? I feel like what I only expect you felt like going into the COVID crash. What the fuck is this bullshit? Yeah, I felt a lot of that. You excited by calls to straddle 4140? Fuck no. Shoot, I only have fire data. All right, Russell, my jimmies. 10? I sold them too soon. Oh. Well, then you just buy more. That's usually the best answer. I bought calls like 4 or 5 times today. I sold all of them too soon. But they still made money. Fidelity SPX Delta info. Thank you. Sold on bid. Oh, okay. I think this is, I'm not sure if this is market wide. That's a lot of put volume that I'm not seeing show up in the gamma anywhere. Are they buying puts like super far out of the fucking money or something? Huh. It's that's not zero DTE. Where the fuck are they buying puts? For tomorrow? Oh. Holy shit. That is a lot of put OI. It says 428, 660,000 for tomorrow. 660,000 puts to 270,000 calls. 519, 1.4 million puts to 580,000 calls. 2.48 ratio. $3,900? Put OI, what the fuck? Those have to be sold, right? Where the fuck are they buying these puts? $35.25? $35.50? 3,900? But even those only account for a small amount. Interesting. Upside calls are selling off. So zero GTs are starting to close out into the end of the day. 3,900s are sold for June. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They've got to be. 519 options aren't being tracked by VIX anymore, too. Yeah, that might be right. Yeah. Does gamma neutral exist for SPX SPY? Yeah. What do you mean? I put it in the morning thing every day. Hey, Greg, I just got an exam. More futures pumping? Yeah. Are we gonna keep moving higher over the next few days? I have no idea. I mean, we have data tomorrow, and then the weekend. Shall I let my 19 DTE $17 VIX calls ride or close at 7%? You didn't want to close them yesterday? It's 23 to 26 days is the window that it tracks puts in, I believe. More Jimmy Downs tomorrow and then ups Monday. We have some ETF FTDs tomorrow, but they're much lower than today. Like 400,000 lower. So yeah, I kind of expect more downs tomorrow. For what, for GMA? Hmm. I really don't want to leave those open overnight. I don't know if we have enough time left to drop. I think Gerg is so underwater on his puts, he's too afraid to admit it's a bull market. I bought them all last week when prices were higher than they are now. So no, I'm okay. I also took profits on like half of them yesterday. Like all the short dated shit I closed out of yesterday. So yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Bob, for the concern. Has this move upward invalidated that bullish pennant that we've been in going back to October? We didn't retest the ascending trend, but regained the lower ascending trend that started in March. Um, we moved back we moved back above the October. Well, we're back above both actually. So we're like right back in the tip of that. Right there. This is gone now. Profits, what a shill. I know. I do my best. Sitting here till close, aren't we? Probably. How does today change your thesis for the next few weeks? Doesn't. Do you think Lily has some room up before coming down? Yeah, there's still room in the upside range. The charts and the charts in the pickles picks. The target entry range is between 30.90 and 405. It may chop there for a little bit. Their earnings weren't that bad. Like they missed on EPS and they beat a little bit on revenue. Hmm. Well, I don't really want to buy a call at this price. At least it's not 40.50. $41.50. Oh, we have Amazon earnings tonight. How does the new Street Fighter change your thesis for charge buffering? I haven't gotten to play it yet. It's in the Billionaires channels, J Money. About a ton of 4DT puts on SPY. So expect bullishness tomorrow. Hmm. The very end of the day here is going to be kind of interesting, I think. Like 4130 is stacked, right? And they're not capitulating at all. But there's also like no puts that have come in yet. So they've got to give up some ground, right? They can't stave off the put buying. There's no way they don't fucking straddle PCE's print in the morning. Why would he be buying like way out of the money SPX? Like those are super far out of the fucking money. Yeah, they've got to just keep buying zero DTE calls here, right? 41.25, 41.30, and try to stabilize it. If you knew something? What's up, Dork? $19, huh? I'm saying you'd buy those puts if you were more than just confident. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could always buy them in the morning, right? Don't forget to hedge your Lily against what? Earnings was today. Yeah, earnings was this morning. Yeah, earnings was this morning. They missed on EPS like 6%, beat on revenue by 1%. Ooh, puts just got priced up. Oh, VIX moved up. Let's talk about the real crime of the day. Crocs down 16%. Didn't they beat? You did mention hedging FSLR. I already did. I hedged it earlier when I closed my puts. I closed my 205 and 210 puts. Thanks for reminding me though. Are you planning on closing your CCs for GME tomorrow? Some of them, yeah. Will you chase the entire downturn and use a meta saving money by firing people? Supposedly. Hmm. Interesting. I don't have time for that. $41.35.05. What are they trying to stop out here? Just let it go. Market's trying not to slip 41.30 right now. That's on Amazon's earnings. I'm not playing them. I'll say that much. If PC is flat, do you see us go up or down tomorrow? I mean, if it's flat, I have no idea. Maybe more upside. So that trick is only works if you're a company worth at least $500 billion. True. But I already hedged and set stops. More and more volume just to keep us at spot. Yeah. Ooh, 41.30 selling off now. Are they buying the 41.35 and selling the 41.30? The fuck? They are. They're dumping all the 41.30s and 41.25s and just buying the absolute fuck out of the 41.40. Interesting. They're just not going to sell them to me? This is insane. So Jerome got pranked by fake Zelensky? What? What volatility? VIX is flat. Yeah, I already hedged FSLR earlier today. Are you buying back GMECCs tomorrow? Well, a bunch of them expire tomorrow, but I'm buying back some other ones because I'm gonna resell them during the ETF FTDs. This end of day is violent. It's pretty crazy. Have you seen tomorrow's 4150 stack? They're protecting this. Yeah, I have. Third time's the charm. We'll see. This is fucking wild. Come on. Yeah, but look at the volume. Like the volume to try to keep it in this range is fucking nuts. Or look at like SPX CFDs right now. You keep saying it's wild. Yeah. I had 6-1 DTE 4110s that I sold on the test of 4110. Calling back an earlier loss in the day. I'm wrecked. Oh well. So wait, you broke. Oh, motherfucker. Puts at the end of the day. Cork paying the plenty slots of the market. Oh, but Dork, if it dips, it'll make so much money. Ah, lame. All right, I'm not gonna fucking around anymore. I refuse to buy 2 minutes before close. Why pay for all that extra theta? Do it again. There's 1 minute left. Watch it hit. I'll be pissed, but I mean, it might. I don't want a new 150. I know it's bouncing. I have other positions. I'll be all right. Thanks, Hazy. Vix's boot hole is tight. Ding dang. What a crazy fucking day, man. SPX up 196 basis points today. VIX back down at 17 into close. Uh, GME grinding down throughout the entire day. Pretty interesting. I mean, they managed to stave off what little put buying came in there at the end of the day, with absolutely fucking obscene amounts of zero DTE volume at the 4150 strike. They managed to close out all their 4130s in the money. Um, Pretty successfully. Uh, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens in futures overnight and with Amazon's earnings, which will be coming out any minute now. Um, Let me move this down to the 1 minute. Knee-jerk reaction looks bullish. Yes, going crazy. Yep. Same institutions from 2 weeks ago with the pumps. I mean, generally, this is like algos buying when the data comes out. They just hit the buy button. They scan it and they hit it. Let's see where it settles. I don't have any data on Amazon's earnings yet, but we'll find out in the morning. I'm gonna assume they beat on EPS. Let me see if I can find out. $0.31, 127 billion. 127 versus 124. All right. FSLR drilling. Oh, that's good news. Hard. Ooh. Nice. Who else had earnings tonight? AWS net sales 21.35 versus 2103. Motherfuckers. Oh no, it recovered? Cloudflare? Cloudflare up a little bit, not much. Pinterest? Hmm. Snaps up? There was someone else tonight that was important. And Amazon's the only one that matters, really. And Amazon's up. It's almost up enough that, well, if it holds, it's almost up enough that Mr. Gold's straddle print is going to make a whole 10%. This economy is going great, right? Caterpillar had earnings this morning. They beat massively. I do think they closed the nope, they closed the day down. Yeah, Caterpillar actually had good earnings. They beat EPS by 30%, and they beat expected revenues by 5%. And they closed the day red. All right, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Later.